Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for Ohio Valley. We thank you for the sponsors hosting the event today. We're thankful that we have a place to come, that the competitors can, and we can race and have a good time. Thank you for the men and women who serve our military. We ask that you'd bless them and keep them in your care. We thank you, Father, most of all for the blessed hope we have in Christ Jesus, and that is the gift of eternal life. We're thankful that we live in the home of the brave, in the land of the free. Glad to know that we're Americans, and all this we give you thanks for in Christ's name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to rock this house with bracket finals right here. Of course, following that will be our prize fight 3 final eliminations. And once again, we want to thank each and every one of you for spending your weekend with us here at the Valley. You've been wonderful as far as the fan base has been, and we just couldn't thank you enough for being here. I hear Doc and Monza should be up here a little bit later on, make one final run. Stuck it out with us last night. Made some fine exhibition runs, and I'll tell you what, if you haven't met them yet, they're still here down in the pits, and they're willing to talk to you. Hey, go get a t-shirt, a hat. They're beautiful, let me tell you. They are gorgeous. So we're ready to go with Trophy Eliminator. Suit them up, and we're ready to rock and roll. Racers, we have the dial-in boards at the on the starting line. Be sure and check those dial-ins. Be sure and put them big and bright on the front and the passenger side. Rev your race cars. If you're running a handicap tree, we need the dial-ins so we can see them in the timing tower. If you pre-stage, you've bought your dial-in if it's wrong. If you pre-stage and it's right, hey, good news. So as soon as our trophy drivers get suited up, we're ready. You can bring them on around. Trophy. Trophy, bring him around, please. All right, folks, here we go. First pair, Trophy Eliminator. It's Kenny Davenport from Shelbyville, Kentucky in the Butner lane. 8:39 the dial, as you can see on the scoreboard, stop end of the racetrack. Buddy Rogers out of Radcliffe, Kentucky. 2015 points champion right here at the Valley in the Hutchins Lane, dials in 985, and he will get the head start. Well, first, once these guys have that radio to 100.1 FM on the radios, because they're mostly streetcars. So I don't tell you what they do on the starting line due to that fact. 8:39 dead on for Kenny Davenport, 982 and out this round for Buddy Rogers. Larry Thompson from Louisville in the Butner lane. He's in the 2002 Dodge Dakota, and he dials 961. Pops Whitner from Crestwood, that beautiful 01 ragtop Mustang, 944 the dial. Slight head start goes to Thompson in the pickup. .957, Pops Whitner takes the win. He draws the tree. 020 green light to Larry Thompson's 166. Larry's out with a 967. Back on the line is Wallace Stone Jr. from Louisville, the 98 Camaro. He's dialed on an 849. That's what he says his car's going to run this round. That's what he's looking for. Doug Hawkins from Brooks, Kentucky in the Hutchins Lane. Dials an 871 on that Nova. Well, you can't deny the red eye, and there it was. It's Hawkins with the red eye start down, gets a free ride to the next round. He broke out, but it don't matter. First or worst, told you about it earlier. 846 and good. He'll go to the next round. Chris Townsend from Louisville in the Butner lane, 1095 on that Ford pickup. 860 the dog for Steve Weigel out of E-Town, Kentucky on the S10. So we got a pair of trucks, a little Chevy S10, a Ford F-150. 1095 gets the head start. And guess what? A red light head start. That's a heartbreaker. When you see that big red line, you know that start line, you think front row, it's over. 904 is good for Steve Weigel. Townsend out with a 1099. Bracket 2 drivers, suit up please. Bracket 2, suit up. Randall Taylor from West Point, 855 the dial, in the Butner Lane Trans Am. Keaton Moore from Shepherdsville, the Silverado, dials 1076. Oh, they got a bad green lights. It's on that Donkey Kong. Let's see what this is the finish line first. We're going under the dial. And it is Randall Taylor, 876 to a losing 1080. So you can see there's not much difference, but Taylor drilled the tree. Pickup truck stayed on the starting line. So Derek Lawhorn out of DePaul, Indiana, 990 the dial on the Malibu. David Locke Sr. The S10 Hutchins side, dial 760. So we've got a little over 2 seconds head start going to the Malibu in the Butner Lane. So those of you not really, how should I say this, savvy with drag racing and how it works, especially with bracket racing. As you know, we've been given time runs all day, all weekend, the whole 9 yards. And the reason for the time runs comes right down to this moment. These guys have run these time runs. They've checked their cars. They've done everything they can do. And they've come up in the best dial, and they think their car's going to run this first round of eliminations. Actually, each round. So everything factors into one moment, and right now is that moment. Derek Lehorn takes the win, 10:05 to a losing 784. Back on the line, Kim Young out of Shelbyville, Kentucky in the 91 Mustang, 750 the dial-in. Kim also runs our 750 index class, and he's got that dial-in right there. J.P. Fugate, who gave us that wonderful invocation in the Hutchins Lane, he's out of Cold Iron, Kentucky, and he dials in 848. That Nova gets a head start. So it's a typical Ford versus Chevrolet on the line, and the Chevrolet gets the head start. Top end 852 for JP. Let me tell you, folks, a 005 green light. 758 for Kim Young, and he is out. Okay, folks, if you miss the 50-50 going around selling the tickets, you can, they'll be at the base of the tower for the next 15 minutes. If you want a 50-50 ticket, go to the base of the tower over on the pit side and grab your ticket. Anybody's eligible. $764 for Jimbo White. Josh Milner with a red light start. And Jimbo, hey, it's okay. He broke out. It's all right. He got the win. Automatically win. Josh Milner, red lit. Melanie, to the gate, please. Melanie, you know who you are. To the gate. Melanie, to the gate. Here we go. First round, bracket 2. Once again, a handicap start. It's Jeff McDowell from Waynesville, Ohio in the 2002 Camaro. 749 the dial. Josh Gans, I call him the Kool-Aid Man. In the Hutchins Lane, Josh is from Crestwood, Kentucky in the 76 Vega wagon. 636 the dial. Here comes the tree in that big red eye for Jeff McDowell. All 30 green light wins. And that means Josh goes to the next round. One over wins 637 to a losing 747 via the red eye. Michael Kendall from West Point, Kentucky in the 84 Monte Carlo, 653 the dial. Tommy Gentry out of Louisville in the Hutchins Lane, 78 Grocer getting Ford Fairmont. Dials a 747. So slight advantage to Tommy. He will get the head start. And Hutchins Lane. And Tommy goes the tree and he's good. 752 on that 747 to a losing 656. Chris Reynolds from Mount Washington up next in the Butner Lane. 756 the dial. William Menton out of Louisville in the Hutchins Lane. 605 the dial. Here we go. Another Ford versus Chevrolet match. 756 head start goes to Chris Reynolds in the Mustang. 767. Minton gets there first, breaks out 603 on the 605. Automatically gives Minton or Reynolds the automatic win. Vino Newland in the Seville Butner side, 805 the dial. Dalton Stearman out of Magnolia, Kentucky, in the Mustang dial 752. The head start goes to the Chevelle. But the red eye stops him in his strikes, and Dalton Stearman, it's round 751, winning time to a losing 805. Tim Milner the second from Elizabeth, Indiana, in the Nova Butner side, 7 flat, the dial in. Daniel Garrow out of Corden, Indiana, the Vegas Mill Standing Wagon, 614, the dial for Daniel. He'll take the win. He's got the green light win top in 627 to losing 711. That was a 002 green light. Lisa Scuff out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, up next. In the Butner lane, 657 the dial. 673 the dial for Bill Capps in the Hutchins lane. Winning time 672, and Al breakout by 4 thousandths of a second for Bill Katz. Ed Michael out of Georgetown, Indiana, Butner side, 615 the dial. Eric Garrow Sr. in the Hutchins lane, 645 the dial. Head start goes to the S10 right side. The clouds are tearing up again, so we're going to hold things up one more time. 638 red line for Eric Garrow. Ed Michael, 616 1 over, takes the win, and we are holding up one more time. Daniel Slater, or Danielle Slady, go see your daddy at the front gate. Danielle, you know who you are. Daddy said go see him at the front gate. Melanie Carey to the gate. Melanie to the gate, please. Suit 'em up, boys and girls. We're ready to rock and roll one more time. Hey, we ain't gonna let Mother Nature beat us. That's for sure. Blackburn from Taylorsville in the Butner Lane. That's Taylorsville, Kentucky, 614 the dial. John Burns out of Bardstown, Kentucky in the Hutchins Lane Camaro, down 630. And it's head start to the Camaro. For John Barnes, that was close at the strike point. 031 true win margin. Clark Carroll from Louisville in the Butner Lane. The 72 Cutlass, 750 the dial. Ray Morris out of New Haven. The 55 Shoebox Chevrolet. That's show quality, folks, and you ought to see the inside. 663 the dial. That's our red line. For Clark Carroll. Reaction time, and a 662 takes the win to a losing 748. Keith Jeffries out of Taylorsville, Kentucky in the Butner Lane Nova, 662 the dial. Rick Greer out of Bardstown, Kentucky, the 66 Chevy 2, now 649. Slight advantage goes to the Nova in the Butner Lane. The 72 Nova, that is, of Keith Jeffries. Brian Furter, out of Bluefield, Kentucky, the 77 Monza, Butner side, 645 the dial. Don Scott from Forest Knobs in the Hutchins Lane, 6:45 the dial, heads up, but breakout applies. Red light, breakout, whatever. The closest to the dial without going over or under. And a green light. Start now. It's a red light. Oh, 11 for Don Scott. Green light, number 7 for Brian Porter. Porter 6:44 and good to a losing 6:44 via the red light. Baylor 583 and good, 647 and out for Hardsall. Let me tell you folks, margin of victory is 1/10,000th of a second. Jeff Rye up next out of Louisville, 637 the dial. Jason Clark out of New Haven in the Hutchins lane, 742 the dial. Head start goes to the Camaro, Butner side. Jason Clark takes the win, 744 to losing dead on the dial, 637. He lost that race by 6 thousandths, as that's where he red lit. First call for 750. Index lanes 1 and 2. First call 750. Index lanes 1 and 2, please. 3 and 4. 3 and 4. 750. Index lanes 3 and 4, please. Justin Ray, 690 the dial for the Camaro. Jonathan Nielsen, 588 the dial on the truck. Head start almost, well, actually is 1.2 second head start to Justin Ray. Justin Ray get it to take the red line and Jonathan Ray for the next round. 588 dead on the dial. He dialed that bad boy in. 691 and out for Justin via the red light. Back on the line, it is Todd Van Diver out of Louisville in the Butner Lane, Malibu, 664 the dial. Jeremy Clemens, also from Louisville, in the Houchins Lane, Malibu, dial 665. 100th the spot to the Houchins Lane, but you won't see it on the tree. It's going to look like heads up as the tree comes down. Start for Jeremy Clemens, and he's going with a 666 to a losing dead on 664. 750 index to lanes 3 and 4. 750 index to 3 and 4. 750 to lane 3. I stand corrected. 750 to lane 3. Jimmy Nicklin out of Louisville in the Butner Lane, 732 the dial. Jimbo White out of Louisville, 764 the dial. $769 and good for Jimbo White. Nicklin red lights away, 733 and out. Okay, I stand corrected. One more time, let's do this again. 750 to lane. 750 to lane 2, 750 to lane 2, 650 to lane 3, 650 to lane 3. Half and half. Folks, get your tickets out. The 50-50 drawing is fair. Okay, we have $150 going to the winner, plus 2 gift cards for Jim's Express from Steve Barno. He's coming up next in this white Monte Carlo or Malibu. And it's for Jim's Express Car Wash. Ticket number 619-5709. Mike Baker out 610 goes to a better start on the starting line. And the Jim's Express Car Wash gift certificates were donated by Mr. Marno coming up in the Butner lane. And that's Jacob doing the driving from Redcliffe, Kentucky, 724 the dial. Kelly Baumler out of Fairdale. Remember Kelly? She's that wheel standing Malibu. Pretty little girl, 636 the dial. Next round 625 till losing 639. Ran 565 to a losing 635 for Cornish. And go for the Vegas, 683 and out for Cornish. Chris Morris in the Butner lane, Old Shepherdsville, 648 the dial. Corey Kugel from Elizabethtown, Kentucky in the Houchins lane, 705 the dial. Kugel in the Mustang gets a head start. For Kugel, and Kugel run over 706 is good to a losing run over 649. Get this, folks. That race was won by 8 10 thousandths of a second, 0.0008. Faster than you can blink. Unreal. That was run at the stripe. $564 the dial. Carnage 654 and good to a losing 565. Another close race at the stripe of 007. True win margin. Okay, ticket number 619-5709. 619-5709 worth $150 and 2 gift cards from Jim's Express Car Wash, either from E-Town or Preston Highway. Maurice Johnson with a red light start, losing time 7:62. And we've got a pair of Camaros on the line. It's Tom Flowers out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the 67 Camaro. Bob Clark from Louisville, Kentucky in the 68 Camaro. $6.49 the dial for Flowers, $6.32 the dial for Clark. Amount went to Flowers, 6:48 winning time to losing 6:31. Corey Morgan out of E-Town in the Butner lane, 6:45 the dial. Jonathan Trimmer out of Louisville in the Hutchins lane, 6:37 the dial. This is going to be close from the start to the finish line. Well, we get 2 green light starts. Michael Kendall gets the win of the half and half. Congratulations, Michael Kendall. It's a half and half. It's a green light start, but it's a better start for Jonathan. Jonathan is good, 6:38 to a losing 6:43. Dwayne Carlisle up next out of Bardstown, Kentucky in the Butler lane, 5:66 a dial. Rick Clark out of Mine Grove, Kentucky in the Hutchins lane, dials 5:81. Head start goes to the Chevelle, right side, but not by much. Breakout. He broke out by, listen to this, folks, 1/1000th of a second. 1/1000th he lost that race. John Gohagan from Bardstown, Kentucky, the Butner Lane Nova, 6:87 the dial. Shane Williamson from Shepherdsville in the Hutchins Lane, 5:72 the dial. $5.74 and good for Shane. John out 6.89. Ben Hagen from New Haven, Kentucky in the Butner Lane, 690 the dial. Brian Jenkins out of Boston, Kentucky in the Hutchins Lane, 596 the dial. For Jenkins. He is good in a double breakout. He got the lesser amount. Margin of victory is .003. Bud Skaggs out of Lebanon, Kentucky in the Butner Lane, 570 the dial for the 69 vet, 496 cubic inches under the hood of that machine. You wouldn't think you could get something that big under that little car. Marty Portman from Louisville in the Hutchins Lane, 580 for the dial. That's almost picture perfect with a 570. Let me tell you something, folks. That is a true perfect run. 570 dial with 00. That's what you call a perfect run. First one I've seen in probably 2 or 3 years. Margin of victory .005. That's not like Gary. I bet he lifted right there at the finish line. John Sheldon from Louisville, Kentucky in the variation dragster. 511 a dial on the dragster. Jeff Gate out of Morgantown, Kentucky in the Hutchins Lane. 588 the dial. Takes the win, 588 out for Garrett. That's dead on, and that's what you call a heartbreaker, folks. The 008 red light start. Back on the line, Wayne Burberry. He's out of Fairdale, Kentucky, in the 71 Dodge Challenger, 440 cubic inches, 647 the dial. Amber Smith out of Louisville, the 97 Spitzer rear engine dragster, dials 490. Both drivers are very deadly. Both cars right on every round, so this ought to be a good one. And it's weighing dead on 647 to a losing 495. Back on the line, Damon Atherton from Louisville in the Budner Lane, 585 the dial. Jeremy Lucas out of Akron, Kentucky in the Hutchins Lane, dial 651. Good for Jeremy. Damon 594 and Al Lucas with the better start takes the win at the stripe. Okay, back on the line, John Sheldon on the elbow. 5. The 517 the dial on the dragster. He packed it up. He put it on the dragster's nose and takes the win. 5:18 winning time. right, first we go. The plan is we're going to run back at about 6:30 after our index cars.
And I'm not sure what it is Mr. Mars is going to call up, but I do believe we'll have the Street Outlaws at 6:30.
So stick around, keep those butts in the seats. Dead on 570. Tom Brinker from Redstone, the Butler Lane, 493 the dial on the 63 split window. Joey Brewer from Mount Washington, Kentucky, 562 the dial. And look at there, more than a second head start to the Camaro and hey, 562, not a sneeze. One line from Blanco, 564, and good for Brewer. Blanco out 495. Charlie Allen, pick up your radio. Charlie Allen, pick up your radio, please. Jeremy Clements out of Louisville in the Butler Lane, 665 the dial on the Malibu. Kevin Canarian from Mount Washington, the little Mustang, right side, 648 the dial. He picked it up, he packed it up, he took it down the street, and 667 is good. 651 and out for the little Mustang. Back on the line, Chad Greer in the 74 Monster from Bardstown, Kentucky, 679 the dial. Charlie Allen, pick up your radio. Grant Canarian in the Hutchins Lane from Louisville, 561 the dial. Good for the Butler Lane. 562 and out. Well, I understand Mother Nature is doing her thing on the last three cars. So we got to hold them up for just a moment. All right, folks, well, we got a couple of minutes downtime. Just want to let you know that the Nichols Fire Department is here today for the Crusade for Children. We'd like to see you dig deep. You all know here in Kentucky and what it's all about for the Crusade for Children, for these kiddos that need everything you can give. So please dig deep. The Nichols Fire Department is here to collect. They'll be going through the pits, down the bleachers, and on the spectator side. There's nothing more worthwhile than to help a kid, one who suffers.
All right, racers in the staging lanes, fans in the stands. Get done this little sprinkle action we got going on here, and we're going to get into our 750 and 650 index classes, and then we're going to bring up, I know Doc for sure, and hopefully Monza will come up because we want to let him make a rip on the track before we put down the super duper LC7, glue it up, stick it up, that Tyler Cross Snow and the Dream Team Track Prep is going to throw down, because we will have some of the quickest races tonight. Even though it's a little bit muggy, we have had more personal bests than you can shake a stick at. So again, get ready here. We're going to do index as soon as the dribbles are done, and then we are going to see Doc, we know, hopefully Monza, and they'll make an exhibition shot for you, and I know what Doc's shooting for, so we'll give her a whirl. But again, thank you all for coming out to the prize fight round 3 here at the Ohio Valley Dragway, spending your hard-earned cash with us, and we absolutely enjoy every one of you. We enjoy the race and the facility. The best 8th mile track in the country.
Larry Clements, I need you in the staging lanes at 650, please. Larry Clements to 650. Staging lanes, please, sir, as soon as possible. So we're just in a little rain delay, and that's all it is. Very, very little. I think we're going to be rocking and rolling one more time very soon. We have our index cars loaded in the lanes, ready to come out with first round. And Street Outlaws, hey, what a treat. Coming up here in just a little while. Once again. So if you didn't get to be here last night and see the event, oh my gosh, you missed a show. Telling you what. But they graciously stuck around today, hung out with everybody, and coming back. They are. All right, boys and girls, let's fire them up. We're ready to rock and roll one more time. So back at it, folks. Let's get it close out of West Point. 476 the dial. Terry Hoke out of Louisville. 526 the dial. Oh, what a burnout for Gary Gross. Teammates right here, folks. 6. If you watch this round, folks, it's the times are going to start getting a little bit better. Jason Clark out of Louisville in the Budner lane, 583 the dial, and guess what? It's a buy run. They put that time up there and the ET on their cars because they want to see how close they can get. It's a win no matter what. If they red light, if they break out, it's a win as long as they take the tree under their own power. It's a win. And that's just exactly what he's done. R25, green light start, looking for that 583, so he goes over the dial. Next round, it's 584. It looks pretty decent, 584 with an 8, so I don't know, we'll see. The ball run, Bill Rittenauer, the number 1 qualifier out of Crestwood, Kentucky, we are in 750 index. And right there, folks, 750 with a 7 dead on for Rittenauer. Great run for him. Back on the line, it is the number 15 qualifier, Clark Carroll from Louisville, Kentucky in the 86 O's. Up against the number 7 qualifier, Jim Cowan from Crestwood, Kentucky in the 91 Mustang. On the line and ready to go. Better start for Clark Carroll. Getting on the numbers, that's what we're going to find out. 767 Clark is good to a losing breakout. 749 with a 2, broke out by 8 thousandths of a second. Number 11 qualifier in the Budner lane, Greg Creamer from Fort Knobs, Indiana, the 89 Mustang. Look at him purging that nitrous. Oh, if I had the money that's going in the air from this nitrous oxide, I'd be a millionaire. Kyle Atherton in the Hutchins lane, the number 3 qualifier from Clarksville, Indiana, Hutchins side. The number 3 qualifier, 752. Creamer breaks out, 748. Number 16 qualifier coming up next, Butner side, Jason Creamer from Georgetown, Kentucky in the 85 Mustang. In the Hutchins lane, it's the number 8 qualifier, Tommy Gentry from Louisville, Kentucky. The 78 Ford Fairmont Grocery getting 408 cubic inch Fairmont. To a losing 825. Kim Young coming up next in the Budner lane, qualified at number 14. He's out of Shelbyville, Kentucky, 347 cubic inch 91 Ford Mustang. He's up against Jeff McDowell out of Waynesville, Ohio, the 2002 Camaro 346 cubic inch. And he qualified at number 6. So number 14 in the Budner lane, number 6 in the Hutchins lane. Whoa, Kim goes the tree on. Top end, he's good. 759 to a quicker Closer to the dial, 753. Starting line, Storyteller there. Back on the line, Kevin Courtney out of Madison, Indiana, in the Butner Lane Mustang. Number 10 qualifier, Corey Kubo, the number 2 qualifier from Cecilia, Kentucky, in the 94 Mustang, Houchins side. .757 and good for Corey Kubo, 766 and out for Dalton for the Butner Lane. And it's Dalton Stearman in the Butner Lane now from Greene County, Kentucky. Kenny Ford out of Louisville, Kentucky in the Houchins Lane door. The number 12 qualifier left side, number 4 qualifier right side. Out 749 with a 3, 7 thousandths, and winning time for Stearman at 753. Ron McGavick, the number 5 qualifier in the Butner Lane out of Shelbyville, Kentucky. And the number 13 qualifier in the Houchins Lane, it's Chris Reynolds from Mount Washington, Kentucky. 66 Chevy 2 versus the Little Mustang. And I see we've been told to shut them down one more time. Hey, we're going to beat this, folks. We are going to beat it, so just bear with us. Well, while we've got a little quiet time, I'd like to wish one of our racers a very happy birthday. Happy birthday to Kelly Barmore. Of course, it's not until tomorrow, but hey, we just wanted to say we wish you the best. Happy birthday, Kelly. I'd like to say, Big John Warren, happy birthday to you as well from all the crew here at the Valley. All right, racers, one more pass with the drag, and we'll be ready to rock and roll one more time. So, guys and gals can suit them up and get ready. He'll get to the top end and come back up. All right, folks, we're back at it. It's Ron McGavick out of Shelbyville, Kentucky, the 66 Chevy 2, 355 cubic inch, number 5 qualifier. Chris Reynolds from Mount Washington, 750, the index class we're in. Number 13 qualifier. Better start for McGavick, the number 5 qualifier in Illinois. Kenny Barlow, George holding off. Top end, McGavick, 752 and good to a losing 770. So Presley Wilkerson with a break by the number 9 qualifier. Her competition could not make the call, and Presley takes the win, 750 with a 3 at 89 miles an hour.
All right, Ultra Street, this is your quickest 5 minutes ever. Ultra Street, calling you to the lanes. Ultra Street, lane number 6, please. Ultra Street, come to lane number 6. X275, come to lane number 5. Get to the back of the lanes for pairing. Ultra Street, first call, lane 6. X275, first call, lane 5. Charlie Allen will meet you in the back of the lanes for pairing. Again, Ultra Street and X275, first call. Bach, if you can hear me out there, let's roll that street beast up here and make a lick, because you're going right here after 650. All right, here in your left lane, your 14 qualifier, Chris Morris out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Right lane, your number 3 qualifier, John Gordon, also out of Shepherdsville, here in the 650 index class. Looks like Gordon takes the win. Coming up here in the left lane, Austin Carter out of Brownsburg, Indiana, and his beautiful 55 Chevrolet. He and his dad, I believe, built. In the right lane, John Craig heading his 67 Camaro out of Cave City, Kentucky. All right, in the Butner lane is Tim Flowers out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. In the right-hand Houchins lane, you got Natalie Sork out of Homewood, Illinois. Longtime supporter of the prize fight here in the 650 index class. Racers, attention. You guys need to check your cars that have been sitting in the rain for anything under the car. We don't want anything to get under your tires and have you spin the tires. So, racers, we need you to check under your cars after all that rain. Harley Brewer in the Butner lane here, getting on in. Larry Kendall Jr. out of West Point, Kentucky, in his 84 Monty SS. Let's see who's going to run closest to the number without going under. Oh, we got a big red light in the left lane, handing the win to Harley Brewer. All right, racers in the pits. I see we got some Ultra Streets up there getting paired up. I need X275 to the back of the lanes for pairing. Charlie Allen will meet you there and get you into lane 5. We got Ultra for pairing and X275. We need you up here in the back of the lanes for pairing. All right, here in the left lane, your number 4 qualifier, Michael the Flying Pickle Romer out of Wadsworth, Illinois, in his 94 S10. He's got a Bennett Racing engine, sponsored by Nitrous Express, Mentor Motorsports, TOZ Motorsports, CS Lifts, and ATD Transmission. He's looking for his first 4-second pass. Let's see if he can get it done here in round 1 of eliminations. Right lane, your number 3 qualifier, Zach Simmons out of Middletown, Ohio. Same thing. He's won a 5 flat in qualifying. He's also looking for his first 4-second pass. So let's see what we got in first round of Ultra Street eliminations. Yep. Hey, we need to get you guys all off the wall. Get off the wall, and NHL Real Estate, you guys got to be off the wall. So get back behind the designated area. You can't be on the start line. Get back on the wall. Off the wall. All right, the pickle, look at that there, tells you the humidity in the air right there. Look at the plume of purged nitrous, but he's looking good, he's straight. And then we've got Simmons over there, you know he's want to take it, he's in. The pickle's out there, it's on a heck of a rip, he's going to center, the pickle goes 507 at 139 to take the win. And old Simmons over there, he went to the center, and the pickle had a 19 reaction time. Awesome there for the Romer family. They'll be coming back around in round number 2. McGrain with an awesome burnout there out of Greenwood, Indiana, and 64 forward with a all-natural aspirated 585 cubic inch engine. Massengale over here, he's showing no other love to those tires either. He's like, man, I'm so pissed off at those rods, I want them to come right out of that block. Wow! So Massengale out of Anderson, Indiana, in his 01 Vet, they're starting to get their stuff together. He was your number 2 qualifier with a 498. But McGrain over here, I know he can bust into that mid 4-second range. So this should be a good race. The track is there. The air is a little, but I'm telling you what, if they're on their tree and on their game, it's going to be a heck of a race here. McGrain, he's in. Mazagil strikes the tires at the hit. McGrain is on a straight, good pass. 5:03 at 140. McGrain going on to the next round. The Mazagil car knocks the tires off right at the hit. In your Butner lane, your number 6 qualifier, Stephen Dowell out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, and his beautiful 4-eyed 86 Mustang, 380 cubic inches under there. In the right lane, you got Joe Greathouse out of Oakland, Kentucky, your number 1 qualifier in that 93 Mustang, KBX Performance. You see the KBX crew out there, the Class Killers. They have been on it this weekend, and Greathouse doing double duty, driving Charles Hull's car, also in X275, so he's got to hurry up and get back around after the end. At 142, he betters his number 1 qualifying shot. Excellent pass for the KBX crew, and they'll be coming back around to round number 2 in TRZ Motorsports Ultra Street, brought to you by Southern Speed Promotions. All right, folks, we're getting ready to roll into Perot Tree Race Cars X275, presented by Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. All right, folks, here we are in X275. Your number 1 qualifier, Shane Fisher, with the bye run here out of DeWitt, Arkansas. He went a 450 with a 4 to qualify in this number 1 position. I don't know what they're going to load it up. They got a race tune-up, or now that the sun's down, the track is on kill. They're probably going to let her hang out and see what it does. So, again, you got Johnny Kalivas lining them on up here, the KBX crew. So let's see what Fisher can do. Oh, the Johnny K tune-up in there. Like you said, he's been lifting weights. He's been getting his muscles out. I'm telling you what, it's going to be a heck of a run. Johnny K, excellent run there, brother, especially in this humid air. Shane Fisher, woo! 110, 292, 445. Man. All right, number 8 qualifier in the Butner lane, Georgina Buckley. She's out of Illinois. She had went a 472 with a 5 In your right lane, your number 7 qualifier, Ray Litz out of Lexington, Ohio with a 98 Camaro. He went 472 with a 4. So on paper, this should be your tightest race of Pro Tree Race Cars X275, presented by Steve Schmidt. You keep stealing my fangirl. I'm over here sweating too. Emily, what are you doing? What are you doing? You are the Flying Pickles daughter. Look at that, right. Rockstar girl. We're going to talk about picking boogers a little bit later. Big old nose schnauzers. Oh, Georgina, where's the good one? She should have this. 463. Dave Buckley. Oh. I'm going to tell you what, fans in the stands from up here, it looked like they both just kind of spun out and didn't touch anything. I think the yellow car, I think Georgina kind of zipped around a little bit, and I think Ray reacted, and it looks to me like everything should be safe on the top end. And, man, Georgina Buckley, 463 at 154. That there was an absolute monster pass, and Litz bettered his best with a 471, so... Word from the top end is that Georgina in the left lane, her accelerator stuck, so she smartly got it locked up and got it spun out. Neither one of them touched the wall. Neither one of them touched each other. So, and they're both fine, so Georgina will be back for the next round. And, man, I'm telling you what, there's always action here in these heads-up races. That's not the kind of action we like to see, but I'm telling you, personal best both. Ended up sideways on the track, and everything looks good, though. Absolutely. Don't like to see that, but boy, oh boy. I'm telling you, Georgina was on a run. I don't know if you all saw that on live feed like we did here in the stands, but I'm telling you what, she was packing the front end to 300 feet, set it down smooth. Ray was trucking out there. It was an absolute great race, and now we'll get them off the track and get around, and they'll get back to their pits, and Ray and I will probably have to drink a beer a little bit later, and though Georgina should be coming back around for round number 2. All right, in your Butner lane, your number 10 qualifier, Jesse Colonel out of Whiteland, Indiana. His 92 Mustangs got little 8.5s on the back. That thing's 300 cubic inches of high wine and small block power. In your right lane. In the right lane, you got your number 5 qualifier out of the Houchins lane, Shannon Triple A Renfro out of Richmond, Kentucky, and his 89 Ford Mustang, 400 cubic inches of super-duper power over there, painter by trade. So Jesse won a 499. I know the car's been 80s before, so let's see what he can do here, if he's got anything for the 458 of Mr. Renfro. Another 458 at 158. He'll be coming around for round number 2 here at the prize fight. Carl looked like he struck the tires right at the hit. So, great looking run. Very consistent out of Renfro. And your Butner Lane, your number 4 qualifier, Earl Stanley out of Richmond, Kentucky, also, just like a Renfro. He ran a 4:58 in qualifying. Your number 11 qualifiers in the Houchin lanes, Jordan Gray, who ran a personal best of a 5:01 to hit this number 11 spot. So I know he'd like to get in the 4-second club. And Earl over here, absolutely awesome hot rod, great guy. Got his entry fee back from Tabitha and Williams, so that was awesome. All right, they're both out there. All right, look at Jordan. He's making it. Down to the finish line with 4:63 and a 5 flat for Jordan Gray. Personal best, and Earl going on to the next round with a nice, consistent 4:63. In the Butner lane, your number 6 qualifier, Nathan Stinson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. He qualified with a 4:64. In the right lane, your number 9 qualifier, Mr. Dan Hildebrand out of Vandalia, Ohio. Hildebrand here in his 90 Mustang. He runs in Nitrous X also and has been doing some 8.5 stuff. They changed the camshaft this weekend, if that tells you anything. They did some serious work. He's sponsored by Neil Performance, Mentor Motorsports, Team Z Motorsports, RPM Transmissions, Bradco Converters, and Jim Vega Racing. Now, he might only win a 76 in qualifying, but I know that car's been 50s in X trim before. So if he can sport her up, he could have something here for Stinson. But Stinson, I know, wants to keep the nose down on that beautiful 74 Nova so that he can make his first shot in the 50s. Exciting action here in Pro Tree Race Cars X275, brought to you by Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. They're in. Stinson goes red in the I told you right there. Hildebrand's been 50s before. Look at that, 456. 154 personal best though for Stinson, 461. Congratulations on that. I hated that you went red, but I'm telling you, you had a great pass. That car will be in the 50s in no time flat. All right, we got Mr. Jackie McCarty over here out of Bristol, Virginia, last year's winner of the prize fight, and he is qualified number 2 with a 452. Looks like he's got a broke by Paul Mitchell out of Tuffer Lake, New York, in his beautiful 2010 Ford GT. Must have had some issues. Saw him pulled out today, so that car is absolutely amazing. Paul, if you're listening, you know, great talking to you. I'm telling you, you have got a sweet hot rod. I mean, I'm sure there's been a lot of photo shoots done and whatnot, and you are going to be a force to be reckoned with when you get that hot rod lined out. So Jackie McCarty, who wanted nothing more than the belt, didn't care about the money. Let's see what he's got in store. He's got Sir Muscle in front. He's got Moat in back. He's got Class of 92 over there. I'm telling you, he's got the crew. Jackie's on a repo, 113.3 flat, 454, 158. He just got the consistency. Let's see what he can do. All right, we got another break by here as Nick Gable wasn't able to make the call. We got Joel Greathouse out of Oakland, Kentucky in his 93 Mustang. Told you he was doing some double duty here. And that's old Charles Hull's car, and it's an awesome machine. I know it's been 40s, so we'll definitely see what he's got, if he's got anything for Fisher with that 45 earlier today. But Greathouse, a great driver, and absolutely awesome of Charles to let him drive his car. Again, another KBX Performance Hot Rod. Trophy cars to lane 7. Winners and buybacks. Trophy cars to lane 7. Bracket 2 winners and buybacks to 5 and 6. Bracket 2 winners and buybacks to 5 and 6. Rolls out a pretty good little killer for 58. I was going to call 57, but 115.303, one's a 58. He another consistent car. I'm going to tell you what, round 2 is going to be pretty awesome with a lot of 50s. And that wraps up Pro Tree Race Cars X275 presented by Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. And now we're moving into I believe one of the future classes here. We've got Nitrous Express, Nitrous X presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts and Salvato Designs. Well, we just all right, in the left lane here, you got David Capps out of Princeton, Kentucky in his 89 Mustang. He was a winner of, I believe, David won some tires. And Jeff Carpenter, Sweetwater, Tennessee, they changed it on me. You put it in right. Now he's no more Sweet Meat TV. So, again, Carpenter, your number 2 qualifier. He was number 1 last night, though, and he got our $500 FCO bonus. So let's see what he's got here for the number 11 qualifier. On paper, it should be a pretty easy round, but looks pretty good. All right, well, I got Georgina and Dave Buckley up here, and you know, just glad to see that she's safe and everything came out okay, and maybe a little flat spots on the tires, but other than that, everything looks pretty good. But congratulations on the personal belts. I hated to see that for you, but you know, thanks for coming out and hanging out with us here at Ohio Valley, and I see Tim Canan just busted off a 473 in Nitrous X, so he might have found their mojo again. But thank you all. Thanks for coming down and visiting. Appreciate it. Oh, yep. All right, here in the right lane, your number one qualifier, Sean Pevler, running out of the state of Ohio. He is the sexiest man on the property, according to himself. And, you know, he's got that chrome VP sticker, so that's how he went to number one today. At least that's what he told me when we were eating barbecue. But, again, look at that humidity in the air. That nitrous plume is 30 feet high. But I'm sure, you know, here having this, the bye, that he is going to see what the track will hold and see what the car will run. Change. In the Butner lane, your number 10 qualifier, Scott Vessel out of Bristol, Tennessee. Scott definitely not showing what that car can do. He's knocked the tires off a couple times, but I guarantee if they get a hold of it, they can be a player in the class. In the right lane, you got Michael Hicks out of Bristol, Virginia, in his 89 Mustang. He qualified number 3 with a 471. He, like I said, he come out of the woodwork, and that's an awesome hot rod. And let's see who's going to move on to the next round of Pro Tree Race, or I'm sorry, Nitrous Express Nitrous X, presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts, brought to you by Salvato Designs. Charlie Allen up here in the tower, he's getting all swole up. All right, Vestal Hicks, who's your pick? Vestal on a pretty good lick right there. Can he get this? He cannot. 484 to Hicks's 473. Hicks will be coming around to round number 2. Looks like we got a broke by as our man Roy Taylor, old floppy taco, couldn't make it. He lifted the heads and blew the thing apart last night. And I mean, I hate that for him because he was still trying to get his first 4-second pass, and it was ugly. There was parts and pieces flying out and flames aplenty. So Joe Hornbeck, due to Roy's unfortunate incident, your number 6 qualifier, Joe, out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, will get the break by. He qualified with a 492, so let's see if Joe, who's driving Art's hot rod over here, Art McMahon, what he can do. And again, I mentioned earlier, Art McMahon, the new owner of Lake Cumberland Dragway, and he also just bought Jack Vanover's awesome X275 Mustang nitrous car. That is a front runner, no doubt about it, so I can't wait to see who he's going to put in the seat and come on out. All right, Hornbeck's in. Let's see what he's got. And it looks like he had some nitrous issues, maybe personally. I don't know, but he'll be back coming around. And now we got Team Wee over here in the left lane, Mr. Nick Redner. Redner was a winner of one of the prizes here too, and I believe Nick won. He might have won another set of tires. So, he was a fuel. Redner was a fuel. So, Len couldn't make the lane. Doggone it! I think he ran his personal best and broke it. He said. So, and we got Nick Redner here out of Welfare Ridge, Kentucky. In a number 5 qualifier, he'd win a 487, and so let's see if he's got his race day tune-up in here. He's going to go after it a little bit, and it's hard. Like I said, I keep saying like us if they're going to see if they can improve or go after it, but the weather here is very muggy, and there's a lot of water in the air, so it's definitely a little bit tough to go quicker. But nitrous cars do make their own atmosphere, so see what he can do. Nope, he definitely tried to rick her up and it definitely didn't take it. So he cruises to a 544, but he'll be back around for round number 2. And that was our final car in Nitrous Express and Nitrous X, presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts and Salvato Designs. And now Tyler's doing a quick spray here. We're going to do a quick drag, and we are going into Menser Motorsports Limited Drag Radial, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Looks like Frank's just going to take the tree. It's okay. He's just All right, so Frank, your number 1 qualifier, he's just taking the tree and rolling on down, saving parts. And probably a pretty smart move right now. I mean, he knows the car will run 20s in this air all day long, so, and on these track conditions. So take her back around and come on. All right, folks, your number 4 qualifier, Mike Shady Jones of Radial Fest fame out of Hazel Green, Alabama. That car, in 5 passes, he's going bottom 30s. And in the right lane, your number 9 qualifier, Dusty, the big pimp Bradford out of Trinity, Alabama. His grocery getter, 87 Buick. That car right there, I don't care. I'll brag it up. If that thing doesn't look, if you didn't have parachutes on it, you'd think that was a car that you drive to the grocery store or go down to Walmart. And I'm telling you, that is a slick hot rod. And other trim, back in the day, it's been 420s. So he ran a good 455 earlier, and I know he was happy with that. But Slim Shady over here, he's been a 435 to qualify number 4. So let's see who's going to be your victor here in the first round of Limited Drag Radial. Hear him spurring them up. Gonna start bumping them in. They're in. It's clean, it's good. Oh, it's tight on it. 440 for Mike Shady Jones in the left lane to take the win over Dusty Bradford's 465. It was even on the tree. Dusty had a 118.60. I thought he had it taken down. They were even to half track. And then The big block twin car pulled it out, and Jones, the Shade Man, is going to the next round. All right, coming up next, Jim Butner lane, Nicky Yard, Abington, Virginia, in Purple Passion. It doesn't even know that's what we named it, does he, Teresa? But that is what she named the car, Purple Passion. In the right lane, your number 3 qualifier, Mike the Hammer Hupp out of Ellisville, Indiana, in his 80 Malibu with a 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet Bullseye turbos under the hood, Pro Tree race cars, building the hot rods. I'm telling you what, Hupp on paper, he's got it, but I know the Purple Passion over here has got some 30s in it, but normally I don't pick favorites, but you know who I'm pulling for. No, I got it up here. Teresa go Purple Passion, and I'm going hammer, passion. Check to a 441 to 36 in the left lane, but Hupp takes the win as Purple Passion. Yarbird doggone it. He goes red. That was a race amongst races. Hupp 117.298, Yarbird 117.309. I'm telling you right there, but Hupp rode that wheelie in the right lane almost to the finish line. And Trace is right. If you back out that 023 red light and the margin of victory was 0372, that race would have been a fender. So, absolutely awesome race. Congratulations to Hupp. They're going to come back around for round number 2. Now we got in your Butner lane, your number 5 qualifier, Rick the Land Tank Yacht Everything Weatherby from Dunlap, Tennessee. The land barge is looking sexy out there. Right lane, my man, the dude, Kevin Neal out of Lebanon, Ohio, and his 89 Mustang, making leaps and strides. He's rocking and rolling. He told me, he said, the thing went a 109.60 earlier. He said he wants to bust off a 106, 107, and then give the old land yacht everything it's got. So we're going to see what happens here. Weatherby has been known to carry those front wheels for 450 feet himself, so let's see what's happening. Let's see. I see Willie Kick-Ass got him in the beams. It is going to be a heck of a race here in Mentor Motorsports Limited Drag Radio, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Kevin, 445 takes the run from a 454. The land yacht was all over the place. Kevin, 013 on the tree. 105.60 foot for Kevin Neal. 105.60 foot for Kevin Neal. 105.291, 445. Billy, he's got a hot rod again, brother. I'm telling you, absolutely awesome. 105.60 foot, baby. Kick ass! All right, we got a broke by here. Travis Esselman, your number 2 qualifier. We talked earlier. He was on, with us on the live feed or up here in the tower, and man, he's got a hot rod. He was their number 2 qualifier at that 426, and he put it out last night. He said he will have the fastest LDR car in the nation, is what he told me. So I have no doubts with Patrick Barnhill behind the tuning and whatnot. It is going to be a monster. So Carrie Ann Beebe, all the way from Westland, Michigan, in her beautiful 68 Chevelle. She was your number 11 qualifier with a 488. Let's see what she can do. Probably go out here and try to improve on her best and just get down the track and get ready for round number 2. That's right. Look for KMBB at Radio Fest. She did win the free entry from Mike and Zach, the Shady family. So they hopefully will be down there at Huntsville to see that awesome event and race down there in limited drag radial. She's not around. It's going to be her best right here. 487. She betters it by one at a 141. She got down there, and she's ready for the second round. And here we got the, what should we call this? The paint sucker car? Because, you know, Weatherby said he's going to suck the paint off it. So we got Michael Suck Paint Newcomb over here. Sucked Paint Newcomb here at Crossville, Tennessee. And the old orange Mustang. That is a 430 car. And in the right lane, we got Joe Wallace, the winner of the VP Racing Fuels out of Gilbertsville, Kentucky. Your quickest nitrous car here on the property. He'd win a 437 to qualify number 6. Michael had qualified number 7 of the 443. So on paper, this should be a close race. All right, Michael Suck Paint Newcomb over here. That's a horrible boxing name for him because his paint got sucked off, so he's a Suck Paint. And I saw him wearing his Weatherby shirt earlier, so he's waiting. He's waiting for Wallace. Wallace is pre-staged. Normally they'll bump in quicker to hold those. There it is. Turbo car's in. Wallace, nitrous car in. Oh, that's a run for both of them. 437 in the right-hand lane takes the win for Wallace. Newcomb over there was wiggling her around a little bit, but he went a 456, 152 let off. But Wallace had him on the tree, 050 to an 86. So Wallace, the nitrous cars are moving on. He and Kevin Neal. So that is our last pair in Mentor Motorsports Limited Drag Radio, presented by Precision Turbo. That winds up our first round of eliminations. They'll be back here in about 40 minutes or so, 35 minutes. Once again, want to thank all the sponsors of MotorMania TV and the Prize Fight Round 3, AFCO, Mentor Motorsports, Nitrous Express, Precision Turbo, Pro Tree Race Cars, Southern Speed Promotions, Steve Schmidt Racing Engines, TRZ Motorsports, Ultimate Converters, and VP Racing Fuels. Folks, go get some concessions, go see the cars in the pits, and come on back, and we'll be ready for round number 2 here in about 40 minutes.
So we're back in round 2, Trophy Eliminator, folks, and I'm back with you too. Buddy Rogers on his way to the top end, 982 dead on the dial. It's Wallace Stone, red lights it away, 9 flat and out for Mr. Doan. Derek Lohorn out of DePaul, Indiana in the Butner lane, 995 the dial. 79 Malibu. Pop Swittenauer from Crestwood, Kentucky. Right side of the racetrack dials a 944. The head start goes to the Malibu in the Butner lane. .10.06 for Derek Lohorn out of DePaul. Pops is out with a 952. And it's Kenny Davenport out of Shelbyville on an 838 in the Butner lane. Doug Hawkins out of Brooks, Kentucky. Houchins Lane Nova, 873 the dial. Attention to the pits, I need bracket 1 winners and buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Bracket 1 winners and buybacks, lanes 3 and 4, please. $847 and good for Davenport Hawkins, $892 and out. Chris Townsend from Louisville in the Butner lane. So Chris Townsend on a 1095 in the F-150 Butner lane. Steve Weigel from E-Town in the S10, Dow's an 880. $899 and good for Weigel. 1094 breakout by 4 thousandths for Townsend in the truck. Josh Milner from Elizabeth, Indiana, coming up next in the Butner lane. Camaro 741 the dial. David Locke Sr. out of Louisville, the S10, dial 760. S10 gets a head start. $748 takes the win from Milner. David Locke, 909 and out. Better start. Butner side. Larry Thompson is good, 970 winning time. JP Fugate out with an 859. Kim Young from Shelbyville, Kentucky in the Butner Lane Mustang, 750 the dial. Randall Taylor, Couch inside, 853 the dial on the Trans Am. Taylor, good, 865, 79 miles an hour to a 757. Losing time for Kim Young. Starting line, Storyteller there. Keaton Moore out of Shepherdsville. Butner side. Pick him up, the Silverado. 1078 the dial. Jimbo White out of Louisville. 764 the dial in the Houchins Lane Camaro. Jimbo takes the win, 771, 83 miles an hour to a losing dead on 1078. 060 reaction time to a 332. Keaton took a tremendous Rip Van Winkle. Pino Newland out of Louisville in the Butner Lane. We are in round two. Bracket two non-delay cars. 803 the dial on the Chevelle in the Butner Lane. Daniel Garrow, who graciously gave me a cheeseburger earlier this afternoon from the grill, 615 the dial. Thank you, Daniel and family. Daniel out of Corden, Indiana. Better start for Garrow in the wagon. And a 619 good, 804 and out for Newland. .635 takes the win. Houchins Lane, Butner side, 690 and out. Attention racers or spectators, I don't know who, but racers lost a size 11 impact racing shoe. A size 11 impact racing shoe down by the end of the pits, and was wondering if anyone found it. Please take it to the ET booth. Please take the shoe to the ET booth. .640 and good for Eric Carroll Sr. Keith Jeffries with a 003 red line. 664 and out. Evans takes the win, 635 on that 631. Brian Porter, 643 and out. Starting line Storyteller there, a 0-1-1 true win margin. Kim Peevler out of Louisville in the Butner Lane Camaro, 580 the dial. That's the Tasmanian Devil. Chad Greer from Bardstown, the Houchins Lane, 646 the dial, and he'll get the head start. The Green Nova. He drills the tree. It could be trouble for Peevler. Top into the racetrack. Chad, 2 over, 648 and good to a losing 1 over, 581. Guy Tatum out of Shepherdsville in the Butner Lane, 750 the dial. Tommy Gentry out of Louisville, Kentucky in the Houchins Lane, the Ford Fairmont wagon, 747 the dial. Gonna barely see the spot on the Christmas tree as it comes down. Gentry, 781, takes the win to a losing 834. Ed Michael out of Georgetown, Indiana, in the Butner Lane Nova, 614 the dial. Rick Greer from Bardstown, the Houchins Lane, 651 the dial. For Rick Greer, double breakout. Rick takes the win. He's closest to the dial, 613 and out for Ed Michael. Actually, it was 4,000 for Chris, and Ed, it was 100th or 1/10. Jimmy Nickerman, the Chanel wagon, 734. Jason Clark, 744, and Jason with a red light. The trophy winners to lane 7, trophy winners to lane 7. And Jeff Y is good with a 635, 605 and out in the Houchins lane. Todd Van Diver up next in the Butner lane. Van Diver from Louisville, 662 the dial. Lisa Scoff out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, dial 642. I need trophy winners back to lane 7. Trophy winners to lane 7, please. Red light for Van Diver. Lisa, or Don Scalf, I should say, 643 and good for Don. Van Diver 008 red light start, 663 and out. Jeff McDowell out of Waynesville, Ohio, the 2002 Camaro on the Butner lane, 730 the dial. Jonathan Nielsen out of Louisville in the Houchins lane S10, 588 the dial. .602 and good for Nielsen. 748 and out for Jeff McDowell. And back on the line, it's Dalton Stearman. Michael Kendall from West Point, the Butner lane, 653 the dial. Justin Ray out of Louisville on a 690 in the Houchins lane. .654 for Kendall and good at 103. 690 and out for Justin Ray. Dead on the dial. 003 green light. Butner side. Jimbo White out of Louisville up next in the Butner lane. 766 the dial. Jeremy Clemens from Louisville in the Houchins lane. 665. Attention pit, 750 index to the lane, 750 index to the lane. 650, you're on standby. 650 index, you're on standby. 750 index to the lanes. Chris Blackburn on the bye takes the win with a 6:13 on that 14. Here we go, bracket 2, round 2. Gary Gross out of West Point, the Butner Lane, 624 the dial. Jacob Barno from Ratcliffe, Kentucky in the Butner Lane, 724 the dial. Cliff Clark out of Vine Grove, Kentucky in the Houchins Lane, 579 the dial. Better start for the Chevelle, the Houchins Lane. Can Jacob hold him off? Top end, no. Jacob breaks out, 720 on the 24. Cliff dead on 579, and good, goes to the next round. Chris Marsh from Shepherdsville in the Butner Lane, 648 the dial. Bob Clark in the Camaro Houchins side, 630 the dial. And his Chris, 649, 1 over to a losing 632, 2 over, margin of victory, .034. Wayne Bilbrey from Fairdale, 71 Challenger, 650 the dial. Mike Baker out of Shepherdsville, the 99 Mustang in the Houchins Lane, 609 the dial. Top and breakout for Mike Baker, Wayne Bilbrey, 652, 2 over. He'll go to the next round. Keisha Pope up next in the Butner Lane. Keisha out of Jeffersonville, Indiana, 606 the dial on the Vega. Corey Kugel out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky in the Mustang, dials a 705. Corey with a better start in the Butner or in the Houchins Lane, could be trouble for Keisha. Top end, Corey good, 707 to a losing 607. Margin of victory. Corey won that race by 4 thousandths of a second. .0040. That was close. $750 to the lanes, $750 to the lanes, please. We need $750 index to the lanes now, please. Larry Clemens on a 651, John Cohagen on a 687, Tom Finn, Cohagen good, 688 on the 687 to a losing 649 for Larry Clemens. Clemens breaks out 2 under. Kevin, 654 on the 651, takes the win, 645 and out for Corey. Steve Cornish out of Lawrenceburg in the Butner lane, 653 of the dial. Shane Williamson out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky in the Monte Carlo. He dials 573. Carnish drills the tree with 009 green light. Can he run the numbers? He is good. 1 over, takes the win to a losing dead on 573. Shane takes a very rare nap on the line. Dan Hobbs out of Hallsville, Kentucky, 79. Well, that's not a Mustang. That's a T-Bird. 534 the dial for Dan Hobbs. Brian Jenkins from Boston, Kentucky in the Houchins Lane, Malibu, dials 595. And a 596 go Houchins side, 533 and out, Butner lane. It's Tom Flowers coming to the line out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the Butner lane, 649 the dial. Rob Barrow from Cecilia, Kentucky in the S10, Houchins side, 684 the dial. Top end, 685 and good for Rob Barrow. Flowers, 649 and out. Margin of victory, .001. Barrow takes that race. Dwayne Carwile, 28 Ford Alter from Bardstown, Kentucky in the Butner lane, 566 the dial. Jeremy Lucas out of Ekron, Kentucky in the 67 Firebird, 651 the dial. Carwile in the Roadster, 566. Lucas in the Firebird, 651. Lucas gets the head start. Here comes the tree. And the green light. Both drivers with the green light start. Lucas better start right side. And Lucas is good. 682 to a losing 605 for Carwile. Jason Clark from Louisville in the Budner Lane, 583 the dial. Glenn Canarium out of Louisville in the Houchins Lane, beautiful Mustang, 561 the dial. To the lane, 650 index to the lanes, please. 650 index to the lanes. 584 and good, Budner side, Houchins Lane, 560 and out. That'll bring Bud Skaggs from Lebanon, Kentucky to the line. The 69 Corvette, 569 the dial. Hey, Ricky, you're dialing a 565 or a 564? $650 index, 650 index to the lanes, please. 650 index to the lanes. So Bud Skaggs on a 569 in the Budner Lane Corvette. Ben Gohagan on a 688 in the Houchins Lane Nova. Ben drills a tree. 009. 019 for Bud Skaggs, who's got the numbers. Ben Gohagan, 690, takes the win on the 688 to a losing 568 breakout of 3 thousandths for Bud Skaggs. Trying to make up the difference on the line and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Coming up next, John Sheldon from Louisville in the Budner Lane, 509 the dial. Ricky Conover Jr. from Shepherdsville in the Houchins Lane Camaro, 564 the dial. $565 for Conover. He'll take the win. 510 and out for Sheldon. Conover drills the tree, takes it with him, and takes the win. Tommy Manley Jr. comes on the line. He's out of Louisville, Kentucky in the Budner Lane Dragster. He's dialed a 516. Kelly Barmore, the wheel standing Malibu, out of Fairdale, Kentucky, dials a 638. Another wheels up launch for Kelly, but it could be trouble this time as Tommy 011 green light to Kelly's 048. Kelly breaks out 636, 518 and good for Tommy. Damon Atherton, 590 in good to a losing 587 and out via the red light. Check there in the number lane, 677 the dial. And he breaks out, 674, and it's Rick Bale going to the next round, 567 and good. Up next, Jeremy Clemens out of Louisville, Kentucky, the 78 Malibu in the Budner lane, 664 the dial. Terry Holt from Louisville in the Houchins lane, rear engine, dragster dials 525. $525 for Terry Hoke, he's good. $662 and out for Clemens. Racers, we apologize profusely. The dial-ins are just unbelievably unreadable. I mean, even the dial-in boards for that matter, they are not readable with all the dew, the fog, and everything else. It's just unreal that we're having such a hard time with dial-ins. So please make sure those dial-ins big and bright, front, passenger side, and rear of your cars. Also, what would help us to see you at the end of the racetrack or down through the racetrack, the whole 9 yards, we need working, burning taillights. So when you come to the starting line, please turn those taillights on. $576 for Jeff Clark, he's good. $561 and out for Brewer. Charlie, pick up your radio. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street to the lanes, please. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street to the lanes. 750 index suit up. 750 index suit up, please. Wilkerson, 761. Gary Gross, 473. It's close. Gary takes the win, 476, winning time 766. And out for Stewart. $750, suit up. You are next. $750, bring him on. I need X275 and Ultra to the lanes. X275 and Ultra to the lanes, please. All righty, go. We are back in 750 index, round 2. Clark Carroll out of Louisville in the Butner lane. Kyle Atherton from Clarksville, Indiana in the Houchins lane. Carroll, the number 15 qualifier. Atherton, number 3. Kyle Atherton is good, 789 to a losing 947, and that's rare for Clark Carroll. Apparently his car was broke. Back on the line, Kim Young, the number 14 qualifier in the Butner lane out of Shelbyville, Kentucky. Bill Wittenauer, the number 1 qualifier in the Houchins lane. Wittenauer from Crestwood, Kentucky. Kim Young is good, 752 to Wittenauer, 754, so Kim Young takes down the number 1 qualifier. Number 12 qualifier, Butner side, is Dalton Stearman out of Greene County, Kentucky. Tommy Gentry from Louisville in the Houchins lane. Fairmont Wagon, number 8 qualifier. Better start for Gentry in the Houchins lane. Can he hold up the charge of Stearman? Top end. Gentry 1 over 751 and good to a losing 754. Presley Wilkerson from Louisville, Kentucky in the Butner lane. The 70 Falcon, the number 9 qualifier. She's up against Ron McGavick from Shelbyville, Kentucky. The number 5 qualifier. 749 takes the win and a double breakout. Ron McGavick takes the win, goes on. 744 and out for Presley. By run goes to Corey Kugel in the Houchins lane. $7.44 and good for Kugel. Tim Flowers out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the Butler lane we are in. Round 2, 650 index. Harley Brewer from Elizabeth, Indiana in the Houchins lane. Identical reaction times. Who has the numbers? Brewer, 651 with a 5 to a losing 651 with a 9. Margin of victory, .001. Harley won that race by 1/1000th of a second. Al Mullins out of Louisville in the Budner lane, the number 20 qualifier. He's up against John Gordon, the number 3 qualifier out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Ultra Street, X275. .660 and good for Al Mullins. 648 for Jordan and out. Need Ultra Street, X275 to the lanes, please. Bracket 2 to the lanes, bracket 2. Bracket 2 to lanes 5 and 6, bracket 2 to lanes 5 and 6. Kenny Ford, number 8 qualifier in the Budner lane out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama, up against the number 2 qualifier, Kevin Canarium, in the Houchins lane, out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. Double breakout. Ford takes the win, 649 with a 1 to a losing 648 with a 7. Ford goes the next round. Larry Clemens from Louisville in the Butner lane, number 7 qualifier. Up against the number 1 qualifier, Rick Greer from Bardstown, Kentucky in the Houchins lane. Trophy drivers, suit up. Trophy, suit up. Better start off the line for Clemens, but a breakout. Larry breaks out by 3 thousandths. Rick Greer dead on, 650 with a 9. Back on the line, it's Wayne Bilbrey, the number 15 qualifier out of Fairdale, Kentucky in the Challenger. It's up against John Craighead out of Cave City, Kentucky in the Houchins lane, the number 10 qualifier. Double breakout, Bilbrey good, 649 with a 0 to a losing 648 with a 0 for Craighead. Round 3, Trophy Eliminator, Derek Lohorn out of DePaul, Indiana in the Malibu, 10 flat the dial. Buddy Rogers out of Radcliffe, Kentucky in the Houchins lane, 988 the dial. Bracket 2, when I need you back to 5 and 6. Bracket 2, back 5 and 6. Need Ultra and X275, please. Ultra X275 to the lanes.
As you heard Teresa say, we need Ultra Street to the lanes for pairing. We need X275 to the lanes for pairing. Nitrous X and LDR, you are on standby. Nitrous X and Limited Drag Radial, you are on standby. So right now we need Ultra Street and X275 in the lanes for pairing.
Randall Taylor 861 and good to and losing a 883. Josh Milliner from Elizabeth, Indiana in the Butner lane, 741 the dial on the Camaro. Jimbo White from Louisville in the Camaro Houghton side, 765 the dial. 770 good for Jimbo. Milliner, 745 and out.
Oh, yeah, you hear the little squeal coming out of the old flat drag there. So getting this track right over here after the little pickle droppings. And so I know, I'm telling you what, that Flying Pickle name, Terry, I mean, it's followed him. I mean, it's even like his Facebook thing. But oh, man. Oh, yeah, 2 years ago, and that thing used to wheelie all the time. That's where we gave him the Flying Pickle. And now we've got a broke pickle, a leaky pickle, a crooked pickle. I mean, there's pickle power all over the place. So, yeah, the wheelie pickle, the stiff pickle, whatever you want to call it. So, well, we got your number one qualifier in X275, Shane Fisher, sitting over here in the right-hand lane, waiting patiently to make his pass against the broke by of Georgina Buckley, who had a little incident in the shutdown, throttle hung up, and she did a little dirt tracking herself with Ray Litz, and but she did run her personal best of a 463. So it's, they came up and let us know what was going on. There's always a positive with a negative. So we hated to see her spin out down there, but she gets to go home to Illinois with the car in one piece, and her personal best. So we really appreciate the Buckleys for coming out. I mean, I'll give you my quick story on. I started to feel like a mini Tucci because I got all these silly stories. But Mike Stark used to run this series. Mike Stark of CFM fame used to run a series in Town, Indiana called the VFN Fiberglass Series. All of a sudden, this silver Mustang shows up, and it's Dave Buckley. Never seen this guy before. And this thing comes out and barnstorms a wheelie for 400 feet on the back bumper. And this guy comes back, and I'm like, oh, my God, where did that thing come from? And that's the same car that Georgina's driving today. So, like you told me, that car's probably got more laps on it than anything out here. He's been, racing that car since 1990. So, all right, Clevis getting Fisher's window all, with the humidity and whatnot, getting some window fog. So he's getting it all wiped up, and they're going to make their broke by run. So let's see if he can better that 445. I mean, you just saw old Greathouse go out there and bust off a 79. So yeah, there might be bad, but the track is killer. So let's see what Mr. Fisher can do here in the second round of Pro Tree Race Cars X275, brought to you by Steve Schmidt Competition Engines. Fisher's in, a little spun up. He's bumping on celery. Oh, he went out there and kicked the tires. They were going for a 112 to the 60, so they were definitely trying to get after it for sure. All right, folks, and you got in your Butner Lane, your number 4 qualifier, Earl Stanley out of Richmond, Kentucky, in his 88 Mustang, 347 cubic inches, I believe, of Pro Charge power. Now you got your number 5 qualifier in the Hodgins Lane, Shannon Renfro, also out of Richmond, Kentucky, in his 89 Mustang with a 400 cubic inch turbo-powered hot rod. So it's the Battle of Richmond, Kentucky, and it's your number 4 and 5 qualifier. I mean, this on paper should be a heck of a race. Stanley qualified a 58 with a 2. Renfro a 58 with a 4. All right. Got some spooling action going here. He's spooled before he even gets to the first bulb. He's in double. Earl's hanging him out. Earl gets in there. Oh, that's a heck of a race you got going. Earl's going to take it. Renfro 454, 156 to Stanley's 458. Margin of victory. 0.65. What an absolute grace. 108.60 in the left lane, 111 in the right. 108.60 for Earl and 111 for Renfro. Excellent pass there for both guys. Renfro team going on to the next round of Pro Tree Race Cars X275, presented by Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. All right, we've got Jackie McCarty, your number 2 qualifier from Bristol, Virginia, in the right-hand lane. McCarty here has our, actually the real buy, not the bulk buy. It's a competition buy. And he went a 452 with an O to qualify number 2. And now we're starting to see some cars dipping into 40s. We got some, lot of 50s. So this is going to be an interesting deal to see if he's going to try to better it, throw down some super snot, or what he's going to do. So, or if he's just going to put in his standard tune-up and run a low 50 and see if what the competition holds for next round. Ooh, Jackie's on a run, 113, 297, 451 at 158. That betters his qualifying, and that puts him right in the hunt. The old class of 92 down there throwing up the tune-up. You know, here's a great story. 2 years ago at the first prize fight, Jackie McCarty brought that car up here, that showpiece. Had never been quicker than like a 5 flat, and comes back the second year, wins the event, wants the belt. He's on the belt, and so let's see what he can do, see if he's got anything for the guys in the next round. Jackie McCarty moving on to round 3 of X275. And this here is going to be an absolutely awesome race. You got your number 3 qualifier, Joel Greathouse, doing double duty here in Charles Hull's car out of Oakland, Kentucky, against your number 9 qualifier, Darren Hildebrand out of Vandalia, Ohio, in his 90 Mustang, sponsored by Neil Performance, Mincer Motorsports, Team Z Motorsports, RPM Transmission, Bradco Converters, and Jim Vega Racing. Now, I tell you, he qualified at the 76, but as you folks saw last round, he went a 56. So, you know, Greathouse qualified number 3 with a 454th and 9, so almost a 55 to a 56. This here on, as I say, on paper is going to be a hell of a race. So let's see if Greathouse, who just is getting ready to go to the final in Ultra Street, can go to the next round and try to do the double up here at the prize fight round 3 at the Ohio Valley Dragway. Greathouse is spilling it up. Hildebrand's in. Oh, it's clean, it's great. Hildebrand stands it up, gets back in. Greathouse 455 to a 64. Man, oh man. 117 on the back bumper for Hildebrand. He definitely put the snot in it. And Greathouse is moving on to round number 3. Going for the double up here at the prize fight 3. Number 3, Ryman, 3-3-3. All right, that is the last pair in our Pro Tree Race Cars X275 presented by Steve Schmidt. And now we move on to Nitrous Express, Nitrous X, presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts and Salvato Designs. In the partner lane, you got your number 6 qualifier, Joe Hornbeck out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, driving Art McMahon's beautiful black Mustang, who, again, as I mentioned, just bought Jack Vanover's hot rod. In the right lane, your number 1 qualifier, Sean Pevler. He's out of Superstar, Ohio, because he says he is the sexiest man alive with that chrome sticker in the back. And so let's see if our number 1 qualifier has something for the number 6 guy, or the number 6 guy has something for the number 1 guy. And let's see who is going to move on to the 3rd round of Nitrous X. Oh, man, Beverly, though, takes the win to 474. Hornbeck, though, 488. Betters is qualifying. And I tell you what, it was a great race down there. 112 for Hornbeck. Art, that car is a monster, bro. I'm telling you. 112 in the left lane and 114 for Pevler. So, again, Pevler moves on to the next round. All right, in the Butler lane, your number 3 qualifier. In the Butler lane, your number 3 qualifier, Michael Hicks out of Bristol, Virginia, in that 89 Mustang. He was qualified with a 471. In the right lane, in the Houchin side, you got Timmy Canarium here out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, in his 95 Mustang. Daryl backing him up. I believe Daryl is the car owner, and Timmy builds the engine. So it's a great partnership. They've been running together for a few years. Your current points leader in the Nitrous X series. So let's see here what Timmy has for Michael Hicks, or Michael Hicks has for Timmy Canarium. And who's going on to the next round of Nitrous Express. Nitrous X, presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts and Salvato Designs. Hicks is in. Timmy's in. Oh, it's clean and it's green. Timmy has the country line, but 471 for Michael Hicks in the left lane. I heard Timmy's car making a little bit of noise out there. And, man, he had the light by a country mile, 012 to 042, but Michael Hicks, your number 3 qualifier, moving on to the next round of Nitrous X. Coming up in the Butner lane, your number 5 qualifier, Nick Redner out of Welfare Ridge, Kentucky. Nick Redner doing a burnout like he's got a tire sponsor. Man, I'm telling you what, it took my breath away. That was such a heck of a burnout. So he was your number 5 qualifier out of Welfare Ridge, Kentucky. And in the right lane, your number 2 qualifier, even though he was number 1 last night and won the AFCO $500 bonus, Jeff Carpenter out of Sweetwater, Tennessee. Used to be Sweet Meat TV, but now it's Sweetwater, Tennessee. So let's see here. I've kind of called Carpenter the unsung hero. I mean, he kind of showed up under the radar, and very, very amazing. So, again, your number 2 qualifier going up against number 5. So let's see who can move on to the 3rd round of Nitrous X. Oh, 72 at 143 takes the win in the right lane for Jeff Sweetmeat Carpenter. That's his new boxing name. Paul, that was a good lick right there, brother. Old Sweetmeat taking it home. And that was our last pair in Nitrous Express, Nitrous X, presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts, brought to you by Salvato Designs. Tyler's going to go out here and do just a quick drag and a prep. There's plenty of glue out there. That track is on kill. And so we are getting ready to get into our Menser Motorsports Limited Drag Radial, brought to you by Precision Turbo and Engine. Derek and Drew, I'm telling you what, you guys could be like the next Laurel and Hardy, man. I'm telling you, I just got your text. If there's a skeeter on your Peter, get it off. You guys are nuts, man. I see you up here waiting for the Shady Jones clan over here. That's right, Mike, the Shady Master Jones. Old Zach, Mr. Stiff over there. Zach, you got to loosen up, brother. You got to take some humor in this there, Slim Shady. That's all I'm saying. He's just like, man, we just want to get out there and run 420s and destroy that LDR class before it even gets going, man. But I see the Shady Jones over there. He's got the Hup Master, Mike the Hammer Hup. I'm telling you, it's going to be a heck of a race. I mean, like I said earlier, they both went 440 with a 8 and a 1. So Zach is the Undertaker. You guys are wrestlers now. All right, so in the left lane, your number 4 qualifier, Mike Jones out of Hazel Green, Alabama. In the right lane, your number 3 qualifier, Mike the Hammer Hup from Ellisville, Indiana. This is going to be, again, on paper, your closest race of the round, I do believe. All right, bracket 2, suit up. Bracket 2, get ready because you're coming on out right after Limited Drag Radial. Uh-oh, it sounds like we're pushing the nitrous cars out there. Rumba, rumba, rumba. trophy cars, lane 7. Trophy cars at lane 7. All right, we're pre-stage. Let's see what's going to happen. Hop's bumping in. But Shady's in. Chop goes red. Now, man, Hop goes red. 494, big wheelie to half track. And left lane, Mike Shady Jones moves on to round 3 of the Ohio Valley Prize Fight, round 3. Man, telling you what, you guys got her on a lick. We got to keep that schnoz down, though. It's crazy. All right. In the Butner lane, you got your number 11 qualifier, Carrie Ann Beebe out of Westland, Michigan, up against the man, the myth, the legend, Kevin Neal out of Lebanon, Ohio, your number 8 qualifier, and he has been slowly stepping it up every round. But I'm telling you what, Kevin and Kick-Ass Willie out there have been on it today. And I think we just lost a tire. The Zimmies just blew Barry's tire off. But, Kevin Neal on that last pass, I'm telling you what, 1:05.1, 60 foot. He was getting after it. So, on paper, it looks like Kevin should have it, but you never know here in the sport of drag racing, especially here in Limited Drag Radial. Menzer Motorsports Limited Drag Radial, presented by Precision Turbo Engine. 2 nitrous cars. Look at the plume on that. Look at the humidity out there. That thing's 70 feet in the air. So, and look at hers. I'm telling you what, that right there, folks, shows you the water grains and the humidity. I mean, the air is not good, but, you know, the track is there. Everything looks good. Got a little bit of a spot right there in front of Kevin. They're getting wiped up and got her handled. So, Kevin, let's see what he can do against Carrie Ann's Show Chevelle. To 41. And yep, Kevin was way off, 120 to the 60. Carrie, a 481. Again, betters her qualifying time. She's going rounds. She'll be in the 3rd round of the Ohio Valley Dragway Prize Fight. And up next, you've got your number 1 qualifier out of Palm Bay, Florida, Frank Newshaw. He qualified with a 424 with a 4. I got your number 6 qualifier, Joe Wallace out of Gilbertsville, Kentucky. And he is... This is a great matchup right here. Like I said, you never know what happens in limited drag radial racing. You just saw it there with Kevin Neal and Carrie Ann. So let's see what Joe here has for Frank. And I mean, again, looks like Frank should have it, but we're getting late in the rounds, and they're... You can see it on the windshield and on the back windows. You know, like I said, the humidity is there. It's very damp out there, so a little tougher race conditions. You can see Peg out there for Tina. She's getting the windshield all cleaned off. So again, this is your final pair in Menzer Motorsports Limited Drag Radial, brought to you by Precision Turbo and Engine. All right, Frank lights the top bulb. Joe does too. Spooling up over here in left lane. Frank's bumping in. He's ready to go. Goes in. Frank kicks the tires out there. And Joe runs a 461 at 160. Looks like he had a little bit of smoke on the top end up there. So we need to definitely check in the top end over there. But Joe Wallace, your number 6 qualifier, is moving on. All right, fans in the stands, you diehard, awesome fans hanging out here. We'll be back in about 40 to 45 minutes here with round 3. You'll have the finals in Ultra Street and the semis in all the other classes. Again, Motormania TV here, providing all the live streaming coverage. They're sponsors and the title sponsors of the prizefighter AFCO, Menser Motorsports, Nitrous Express, Precision Turbo, Pro Tree Race Cars, Southern Speed Promotions, Steve Schmidt Racing Engines, TRZ Motorsports, Ultimate Converters, and VP Racing Fuels. So I see Tyler and the crew out there wiping up a little bit of stuff, and looks like Frank might have had a little dribbles out there, might have gotten his own stuff. So that's what Tyler's shaking his head. He said there was some stuff out there because it looked like it was a pretty abrupt and violent spin. So get it all checked out, and we're rolling into the next round of bracket racing. Fans, we'll see you here in about 40 to 45 minutes with our 3rd round of prize fight, round 3 at the Ohio Valley Dragway.
All right, here we are in bracket 2. Got Eric Garrow Sr., the S10 out of Louisville. Mr. Garrow down in 640 against Daniel Garrow over there in this Vega wagon. Down to 614. Better ash time for Eric over in the pickup. He takes the win, 643. Daniel Hardsaw coming up, 1970 Nova. Aboard in Indiana, down to 642. Jonathan Nielsen. Nielsen, the 85 S10 out of Lowell, down to 588. Red light start for Hardsaw. Mr. Nielsen takes the win. He's good. 588 dead on 113. Michael Kendall coming up in the 84 Monte Carlo out of West Point, down to 653 against Don Scalf. Scalf in the Camaro out of Floyd's Knobs, down on a 643. Womp, womp, womp. Scalf takes the win. He's good. 645, 100 miles an hour. Jeremy Clemens. Clemens in 1978 Malibu out of Louisville, down to 663 in the Butner Lane. And over beside him on the Houghton side, Tommy Gentry, 78 Ford Fairmont wagon, down to 745. Gentry, red lights away. Jeremy goes on to the next round, 662, 101 miles an hour. Okay, moving on into bracket 1 delay action here. It's going to be Gary Gross in the 6'6 Chevy 2 wagon out of West Point, down to 622 against Cliff Clark. Clark in the 72 Chevelle out of Vine Grove, down to 579. Okay, Steve Cornish, 69 Camaro out of Lawrenceburg, down to 653 against Rob Barrow in the 88 S10 out of Cecilia, dialed in on a 684. for Mr. Cornish. All over the place. Barrel takes the win, 694, 86 miles an hour. Wayne Bilberry, 71 Dodge Challenger out of Fairdale on 649 against Jeremy Lucas, 67 Firebird on the 649 also. .001 red light start for Lucas. Bilberry takes the win dead on, 649. Chris Moore's coming up, 2001 S10. Out on a 648 out of Shepherdsville. And John Gohagen. Gohagen, 1970 Nova out of Bardstown. Dialed in on a 687. Takes the win, 650, 100 miles an hour. Jason Clark in the 1970 Nova down to 583 against Ben Gohagen. Gohagen in the 73 Nova, also out of New Haven, down on a 688. Attention to pits. We need 650 and 750 cars to the lanes, please. 750 and 650. We need you back to the lanes, please. Jason Clark coming up, 1970 Nova on a 583. Ben Gohagen in his 73 Nova on a 688. Slight better reaction time for Clark, and he breaks out. Gohagen takes the win. He's good, 688, 97 miles an hour. Jeff Clark coming up in the Chevelle out of Mount Washington down on a 570, and Corey Kugel in the 94 Mustang of Elizabethtown. Dialed in on a 707. Once again, 650 and 750 cars. Need you back to the lanes, please. 650 and 750 cars. Need you back to the lanes, please. Corey Kugel takes the win, 706, 97 miles an hour. Okay. Once again, 650, 750 cars. We need you to the lanes now, please. Once you get up here, we will run you. So don't drag behind. 650 and 750 cars. You are needed to the lanes immediately. Tommy Manley Jr. in the rear engine dragster on a 516, and it's Ricky Conover Jr. in the 73 Camaro down on a 565. 516 dead on takes the win for Mattingly, 130 miles an hour. Conover breaks out 562. Damon Atherton comes up in the 75 Vega, dialing in on a 589, and Kevin Canarium in the 93 Mustang, dialing a 648. Troubles for Mr. Atherton. Unfortunately, Canarium advances on to the next round, 648 dead on 103. Okay, we got Mr. Brian Jenkins in the 1980 Malibu, down on a 594, and it's Terry Hoke in the rear engine dragster, down on a 525. Attention to pits. McGavin and Gentry, we need you back to the lanes. McGavin and Gentry, they need you back to the lanes, please. Better reaction time for Jenkins in the Malibu, and he breaks out 593. Mr. Hoke takes the win in the rear end stretch, 525. All right. Looks like we are back in the Trophy Eliminator. Randall J. Taylor in the 1978 Trans Am out of West Point. He's going to be dialed in on an 858 in the Butner lane. Over beside him in the Houchins lanes, Buddy Rogers in the 1996 Ford Mustang out of Radcliffe. And Mr. Rogers will be dialed in on a 978. Red light start for the Trans Am. Mr. Rogers in the Mustang goes to the next round, 981, 72 miles an hour. Jumbo White, the Camaro, down in a 764 against Kenny Davenport in the Falcon, down in an 840. And it's a red light start for Jumbo White. Mr. Davenport, the Falcon, takes the win, 8:58, 78 miles an hour. .750 dead on, 91 miles an hour. Okay, now we got Corey Kugel in the Mustang out of Cecilia, Kentucky, and Ron McGavick, 66 Chevy 2. Double breakout. McGavick takes the win, 7:45, 88 miles an hour. Kim Young coming up in the Mustang out of Shelbyville, and it's Tommy Gentry in the Fairmont Wagon out of Louisville. And Gentry breaks out. Young takes the win, 7:51, 89 miles an hour. Bracket 2, 5 and 6. Bracket 1 cars need you back to lanes 3 and 4. That's bracket 2 cars, lanes 5 and 6. Bracket 1 to lanes 3 and 4. Trophy finals to lane 7, please. Trophy finals, lane 7. Okay, here we go. 650 Al Mullins in the 78 Malibu out of Louisville, and Harley Brewer in the 67 Mustang out of Elizabeth, Indiana. Almost identical reaction times. Top end of the racetrack. Mullins breaks out 6:47. Brewer takes the win, 6:51. Kenny Ford in the 67 Camaro out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and Keisha Pope in the 77 Vega out of Jeffersonville, Indiana. Both cars go too fast, and Kenny Ford takes the win. The lesser of two evils, 6:49, 107. Wayne Bilbrey in the Dodge Challenger, And it's Rick Greer in the 66 Chevy 2. And Wayne Bilberry with problems. Greer takes the win, 655, 97 miles an hour. Chris Blackburn coming up in the 88 S10. Out of Taylorsville, down to 614 in the Butner Lane, and Don Scalf in his Camaro out of Floyd Snobs on the Houchin side, down on the 642. All right. But no. Scalf takes the win, 642, dead on 102. Eric Garrell Sr. is coming up in the S10, down on the 645 against Chad Greer. Greer in the Nova from Bardstown, down on the 647. Nelson takes the win. He's good. 651, 103. Jeremy Clemens in the Malibu down to 662, and over beside him Jonathan Nelson in the S10 down to 588. .662 down on takes the win for Jeremy Clemens. Houchin's Lane breaks out 587, 113. Lisa Scalf coming up in the Camaro down to 654 against Josh Gans in the Vega wagon down to 635. Bracket one drivers, suit up, please. Bracket one drivers, suit up. Gans, big wheel stand off the line. A lot of whopping going on down there, and Gans takes the win. He's good, 641, 97 miles an hour. Cliff Clark and Wayne Bilberry. We need you to the lanes, please. Okay, we got bracket 1 coming around the bend. And up first, looks like it's going to be Gary Gross in the orange and dragster out on a 475, and Kevin Canarium in the Mustang down to 648. $650 and $750 winners. Need you back to lanes, please. $650, $750 winners. Need you back to lanes, please. Lane. It's a double breakout. Gross gets the win. 474, 145 miles an hour. Chris Moore's coming up in the S10 down to 648. Ben Gohagen. In the Nova down to 688.
All right, attention to pits. Ultra Street for the final. TRZ Motorsports, Ultra Street, presented by Southern Speed Promotions. Come on up to the lanes. Also, X275, come on up. Also, let's get this rocking and rolling. We're going to get this thing done. We're going to crown us some winners, get the belts. So again, we need Ultra Street and X275.
Corey Kugel coming up in the Mustang down to 706, and Rob Barrow in the S10 down to 684. Kugel takes the win, 706, 97 miles an hour. Pair of dragsters coming up. Tommy Manley in the Butner lane down to 515, and Terry Hoke over on the Houchin side down to 525.
All right, again, Ultra Street, come on to the lanes. X275, bring them on around. Ultra Street to the lanes, X275. Heck, we'll call Nitrous X and Limited Drag Radial too. Come on up to get paired up. You guys are ready, let's bring them up. The quicker you get up here, the quicker we get done. So again, Ultra Street, X275, a Nitrous X, and Limited Drag Radial. Prize fight round 3 racers, come on down. Let's get her paired up in the staging lanes. Again, out there in the pits, let's bring up all the prize fight heads-up cars. We got 1 final and 3 semis. 750 cars. Go ahead and suit them up. 750 cars. Let's suit them up and bring them around. 750 cars.
All right, here we go. Back in 750 action. Ron McGavick out of Shelbyville, the 6.6 Chevy 2, and it's Kyle Atherton, 84 Grand Prix, Clarksville, Indiana. Atherton takes the win, 761, 85 miles an hour. McGavick, red light start. Goes through 795, 71 miles an hour. Kim Young on the bye run in the Mustang.
Suit them up, 650, come on, bring them around, 650. Go ahead and hey, you guys are ready and on it. I love it. 650 cars. They're like, you know, we're going to do our own race. We're just getting on out there. So here comes your last three in 650. Joe Wallace, through the staging lanes. Joe Wallace, if you're broke, let somebody know. If not, come on up here. Looking for LDR, Limited Drag Radio Racer, Joe Wallace.
And it's Holly Brewer in the Mustang of Elizabeth, Indiana. Greer gets there first, goes too fast, 647. Brewer takes the win dead on, 650, 103 miles an hour. Kenny Ford on the bye run.
He's going to be in the left lane. And the McGrain-mobile, the all-motor, naturally aspirated 64 Ford Fairlane of Lester Combs with the big Bischoff naturally aspirated engine. So here you are, your final in TLZ Motorsports Ultra Street, brought to you by Southern Speed Promotions. Who's going to take home the belt? I'm telling you, if I could steal it from El Tucci, that'd be beautiful smoky burnout. That's it. That is trademarked by Al. And that is amazing. Look at that car. Look at both these cars. You got a kind of a modern-day Mustang over here on the left side, and then you've got your old-school Fairlane over there. And I'm telling you, all Ford final. Us GM guys kind of makes you shake a little bit, but no. Yep, we got an all Ford final. Pretty dang awesome. Bracket 2 to 5 and 6. Bracket 1 to 3 and 4. Round robin eliminations. If you need fuel, need a generator, bring it on with you. All right, they're both in. It's clear. Let's go. It's looking good. It's going to be Great House with a 478 at 153. Betters it by his last run by one number. Congratulations to KBX. McGrains, hey, what do you say? You made it to the finals. Awesome, awesome job. We'll drink a cold Busch Light here in just a little bit. KBX guys, looking great. Just like last year, come and dominate Ultra Street. I'm telling you what, you have 2 years of the belts at the prize fight. Pro Tree Race Cars X275 presented by Steve Schmidt. Go ahead and bring them around, boys. X275, your semifinal pairings. Bring them around here at the 3rd annual prize fight here at Ohio Valley Dragway. All right, your first semifinal pairing in the Butner lane left side, your number 5 qualifier, Shannon Renfro from Richmond, Kentucky. And in your right lane, your number 1 qualifier, Shane Fisher out of DeWitt, Arkansas. Last time he struck the tires, I think they were trying to go out there and set the world on fire, but he went a 4:45 2 rounds ago. So let's see here what Renfro's got for your number 1 qualifier. Couple of great burnouts there, and there's not a ton of. Oh, actually, there's quite a few fans still left here for 2 o'clock in the morning, and hopefully some of you are still watching on Motor Mania TV on the live feed. But if you ever notice on these radial cars, a few years ago, everyone started. We would do burnouts, and then you don't power through the starting line. You just roll on in, and you roll through, and what that does is that ends up getting extra glue on the tires, and so. These radial tires don't want any wheel speed. They just want to stick the tire and be stuck like Chuck and, drive on out and go as quick as they can. So, rolling back in there, getting themselves a little bit extra glue on them tires, that will help in a radial situation. They're both building up the boost. Renfro's in. Oh, man, it's a great race right down the fight. 0-19 to an 0-18 right. 4:37 from Shane Fisher takes the win over the 4:53 from Renfro. I mean, it was 0.661 at the finish. I mean, Fisher went 18 on the tree. Renfro went 19 on the tree. But I tell you what, the Fisher 109.294. So this will be your final pair to see who's going to be in the final of Pro Tree Race Cars X275, brought to you by Steve Schmidt, Competition Engines. I'm going to tell you what, Powell, now I'm blind, you know, that's all right. Hey, you know what? I got the red light button up here, you know, you butthead. I tell you what, I'll slap the big red light on you. Cacao! Carpenter from Sweet Meat is out of there. Jeff Sweet Meat Carpenter. They're in. It's clean and it's green. It looks like a heck of a race. Who's going to be at first? Oh, 451 for Great House in the left lane going to the finals against McCarty's 453. Great House went 020. McCarty 040. That's pretty much the difference, and that was it. That was pretty much what's the tail of the tape here at the prize fight, round 3. Congratulations to Joel Greathouse and the KBX crew. You got 2 KBX cars in the final of X275, brought to you by Pro Tree Race Cars and Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. Well, your number 2 qualifier here, Jeff Sweetmeat Carpenter out of Sweetwater, Tennessee. He has your competition bye to the final. So let's see if he's going to try to turn it up and see what the car will do, or they're just going to get on down the track and put a good old tune-up in it and be ready for the final. Again, this is Nitrous Express, Nitrous X, presented by Ultimate Converter Concepts and Salvato Designs. Let it go. Just let it go. Heck, there's only like 7 cars. How's it feel out there? Probably feels awesome, doesn't it? Oh. Well, Carpenter over there, they definitely weren't laying off it. He gets down. Oh, yeah, they were. They were just going out there testing. Let me tell you, they're 110.304. 110.304. Yep, they've got their tune-up set for the final. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Michael Hicks out of Bristol, Virginia here in the Butner Lane? Or your number 1 qualifier, Sean, I'm sexier than every man out here at the track. So he says, Hevler out of the state of Ohio. All right, Waterman up there getting no cover into the beams. Michael Hicks here out of Bristol, Virginia, in the 89 Stang. Your number 3 and your number 1 qualifier. Who's got it? Who's going to take it? Oh, it's clean. It's green. Oh, Michael Hicks on the road. Can Pevler pull it off? No, he cannot. Pevler gets it on a hole shot. 473 to a 471. Hicks was 0.21 on the tree. Pevler was 0.44. Margin of victory, 0.03. Man, that was a heck of a race. You couldn't tell who it was at the end. Now, I'm telling you what did they say? That race was tighter than, finer than frog hair or something like that. So, I'm getting slap happy out here at 2:15 in the morning. But so what we've got coming up here in Mentor Motorsports Limited Drag Radial, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Joe Wallace broke on the pedal, so normally this would be our semifinal round, but since he's out, Carrie Ann Beebe and Michael the Shady Master Jones, they decided they were going to run the final right now here, get it over with, see who's going to win the belt, and as soon as Tyler gets done ripping a drag on this thing, we will see who your champion is in Mentor Motorsports Limited Drag Radio, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. So if Drew's the Undertaker, who are you, Derek? Who? I mean, let's see here. Who could you be? Ooh, boy, step into a Slim Jim. Randy Macho Man Savage. In the Undertaker, tag team action here. Pressurized solutions coming off the top rope, greasing up the elbow. Oh yeah. You see Mellon back there. Look at him. He's like, man, I want to jump into this stuff too. He's like, I want to come off the top rope, do a Jimmy Superfly snooker, slap straight on my belly. Boing. You guys all know we all watched big time wrestling, didn't we, when we were kids? I had the wrestling ring with Hulk Hogan and it had like the rubber bands on it and everything, and you could fly those suckers across there, and there's like Hacksaw Jim Duggan and all those guys, and oh man, it was awesome. That was back in the day when it was great. Hulk Hogan, all that, and then. You know, for now you look at it and you just, you can't tell. I don't even know half the wrestlers anymore. But I can tell you some stuff about monster trucks. Oh, yeah. I tell you what, it's pretty crazy to watch here, in our limited drag radio class, how how it shakes out. I mean, you got your final here and you've got, your number 4 qualifier with a 435 running up against your number 11 qualifier, and BB she's ran consistent. She has been A to B every pass since she got here, getting quicker every pass. So sometimes when people freak out and everything, they say, oh, there's fast cars, too many fast cars. Well, guess what? Fastest car doesn't always win. And as you can see, we have got a crazy great matchup. And again, you look at this, you've got a newer model Cobalt against an old school Chevelle. So we got Mike Shady Jones over here. He looks like he's going to take the left lane here. That's where the WWF wrestlers told him to go. And the right lane. All right, again, your number 4 qualifier in the Butner lane, Mike Jones from Hazel Green, Alabama. Mike the Shady Jones. In the right lane, your number 11 qualifier, Carrie Ann Beebe out of Westland, Michigan, in her 68 Chevelle. Tell you what, it's all about consistency with those folks. Might not be the fastest, but they have been consistent all day long. So who's it going to be? Mr. Radial Fest in the family himself, the Shady Ones, or the Michiganites over there, which, you know, I am from Michigan, so I do like to, root for my hometown crowd. But like I said, it's definitely going to be an interesting final right here in Menser Motorsports Pro Drag Radio, brought to you by Precision Turbo and Engine. And I know on the Cobalt in the left lane, got brand new Precision Pro Mod 88s. That's right. Joe and Roger and Harry and all the great folks at Precision, I want to thank you guys for sponsoring this event and having such great products for all of our racers here. All right, top bulbs are up. Carries in. Jones is bumping in. Jones's car is popping a bang. Jones for the win. 472, 171. The Shady Man brings on the $5,000. And look at the BBs. 481. Repeat. I'm telling you what, that was a great final round right there. Eric's exactly right. Joey Lawler was the man, especially when he slapped old, what was his name, Andy Kaufman. Was it the Tonight Show or on Letterman? Man, I tell you what, Lawler, he wasn't taking any crap. So, you know what? Eric kind of looks like Jerry Lawler. I think we've got the Undertaker and the Lawler is what we got. So, Derek, he sent me another one. He's got everything on here. You know, the skeeter on your feet or shake it off. And he said, this track is tighter than a mouse's ear. So, congratulations to Pressurized Solutions, guys, and the Jones folks. So, here we are back into the bracket action.
Bracket 2 semifinals, Jeremy Clemens in 78 Malibu. Over in the Butner lane, down on a 661, is Don Scalf. In the Camaro, out of Floyd Snobs in the Houchins lane, down on a 640. Takes the win. He's good, 642, 103 miles an hour. All right, we got semis and bracket 1 rolling out next. It's going to be Tom Manley Jr. in the rear engine dragster down on the 515, and Corey Kugel in the 94 Mustang down on the 706.
Winners, winners, winners. Go ahead and bring your car on up here by the tower, by the Ohio Valley Dragway Winner's Circle, and we'll present you with your belt and maybe a cold Busch Light, I'm not sure. But winners, come on up to the Ohio Valley Dragway Winner's Circle right up here by the concession stand, and we will give you your belt and maybe some additional prizes.
breaks out. Manley takes the win, 5:15, 129 miles an hour. Gary Gross, Engine Dragster, down to 474 up against Ben Gohagen in the Nova, down to 688. Back to lanes. And Gross takes the win, 470.
All right, here you go. Your final in Poultry West Coast X275 presented by Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. Your number one qualifier in the Butler lane, Shane Fisher of DeWitt, Arkansas, on his 93 Mustang, KBX powered. Yeah. The right lane, your number 3 qualifier, Joel Greathouse out of Oakland, Kentucky, driving Charles Hull's awesome 93 Mustang. And so this here has the makings of a heck of a in-house grudge race. So let's see what they did. I'm going to say they probably split the cash, but this is all about the belt, the prize fight belt. So again, let's see if your number one qualifier here, Fisher, is going to take home from the front to the back the whole win, the bonus money and everything from AFCO Performance. But I know Greathouse over there, he's like, man, I just won in Ultra Street, so can't I win here in Hull's car? So, 2 KBX Performance Hot Rods here. They're starting to spur it up. Oh, bumper. That's clean and that's green. With the reaction time, but he can't take it. 449 to Shane Fisher. Congratulations out of DeWitt, Arkansas. Your winner by .008. And here's your final of the night. Your Nitrous X class. Brought to you by Nitrous Express, Ultimate Converters, and Salvato Designs. You got your number 2 qualifier, Jeff Carpenter. Jeff, the Sweet Meat Carpenter out of Sweetwater, Tennessee. And your right lane, your number 3 qualifier, Michael Hicks out of Bristol, Virginia. Hicks kind of the unsung hero here. And Carpenter, he won the Friday night bonus from AFCO. But I know Hicks wants to take that belt home. So again, this here is your final of the Ohio Valley Dragway Prize Fight Round 3. All right, Carpenter, he's in the beams. Hicks is in. They're both in. That's clear. That's clear. It's got to be Hicks still 475. Check that out, Carpenter. 118 on the back bumper. And, oh, man, the old Sweet Meat couldn't get her down there. But Powell put a big old tune-up in it, and doggone it, it stood it up. So Michael Hicks, Bristol, Virginia, your number 3 qualifier, ends up taking home the belt and taking home the cash here at the Ohio Valley Dragway prize fight, round number 3. Again, we want to thank everyone that was here, all the racers, all the fans, anyone that's still left, Motormania TV, all of our sponsors, AFCO, Mentor Motorsports, Nitrous Express, Precision Turbo, Pro Tree Race Cars, Southern Speed Promotions, Steve Schmidt Racing Engines, TRZ Motorsports, Ultimate Converters, and VP Racing Fuels, and also all the product sponsors. Thank you so much for coming on board this year. We'll be ready for round 4 in 2017. Again, thank you all for coming out. We had an absolute blast. Got this thing done at 3:15 a.m. on Sunday, and we still get to travel home and have Monday off. So again, I want to say good night. Thank you all. Thank you all you media folks. Thank you Kool-Aid Man. Thank you Vape Man. Thank you Chris Simmons. Bushlight to the front. Ellen, Jason, all the help here. Terry Huff, Billy Huff, Tony Huff, Cheryl Huff for giving us a great, great place to race. Again, as we send ourselves into the evening, we want to thank you all again and say good night from the Ohio Valley Dragway and the prize fight, round number 3.